Well, hello there, everybody. Seems like I was just on the Classic Tetris stream, but I guess y'all can't get enough of me. We've got online qualifiers for MinnieD on the screen today and tomorrow. So what we have to look forward to today, we are having open division qualifiers. We have 3 time slots. We have at least 2 people in each one. And then tomorrow we have DAS division qualifiers. So you're going to get plenty of Tetris over the next 2 days as people punch their tickets to MinnieD. Just bear with us for a couple of minutes as we get our qualifiers online and ready to go. But once they're here, we'll get things going. And while we're waiting for everything to get all set up behind the scenes, I will let you know that MinnieD does have a Matcherino alive and open. I just posted it in the Twitch chat. And if you'll give me a moment, I believe I can do the same on the YouTube. Oh, hello, Jay. How's it going over there? And I'd say we'll get going ready or not in the next about 3 to 5 minutes. I got one player's having some technical issues, so want to give them the opportunity. Ooh, well, that was interesting. I think we just had an internet hiccup here. But as far as I can tell, we're back online. Well, hey, Nino. It's going all right. Obviously, we've got some qualifiers happening today. And speaking of Nino, we're going to have you on in a few hours. Nino is in the 3rd qualifying time today, so you'll get a chance to see them. And I believe I'm going to be qualifying in that session too. So as far as who we've got on today so far, in this first session, you're going to have MathWiz and Wallband qualifying. In the next session, we got a couple of big hitters. You're going to have Miles and Sodium Overdose scheduled for the 2nd qualifying session. And in the 3rd session, you're going to have Nino, who you just saw in Twitch chat, and me, Toast. But if you are coming to MinnieD and you want to get in, well, you know what to do. Or if you don't know what to do, we'll put that in the chat. You gotta make sure you sign up on start.gg. Then come claim your spot. We can fit up to 2 more people in the next 2 sessions. And if you're qualifying for the DAS division, well, that's happening tomorrow. All right. right, we got Mathless getting things sorted out here, so he should be good to go in the next few minutes. But what we're going to do is we're going to let you know how this works for online qualifiers. It's a 1-hour qualifying session. Players may start on any level from 0 to 19. And as a heads up to players, before we start, just make sure qual mode is on your Tetris gym. Your goal is to get the D on the screen, just like the name says. A D score is 1.3 million. You get 1 point for every D on the screen that you have. And then your tiebreaker is your kicker, your highest non-1.3 million. If you do not get a D on the screen, your tiebreaker will be your highest score. And of course, as is the case with all CTWC qualifying events, if you get a game started before time expires, players will be allowed to finish. So the buzzer beater rule is in play. So that is how qualifiers are going to work for the open division. And if you're not able to get your online qualifiers done, fear not. There will be in-person stations available at MinnieD. We will have 3, count them, 3 qualifying sessions next Friday night at 2DCon. We'll also have a last-minute session Saturday morning. So we'd love to have you qualify online because that just frees up more stations for other people to get in. But if not, you got here, you got online, you got it all good to go. And I think we have some good news. It looks like both players now online. So let's see how things are looking. Hey, we are looking good. And Wallband, you're absolutely right. Less than a week away. I hope y'all are ready. Let's bring up the match. Well, not the match screen, the qualifying screen. There you see MathWiz. You have MathWiz and Wallband getting themselves warmed up, getting everything good to go. So let them finish up all the warm-up they need to do, and then we'll get the party started. Now, we did have a couple of players get their qualifiers in early, so we'll pop up just to show you how things are looking to begin. You see that there in the upper right. Unfortunately, it covers up Wallband, but only for a short period of time. Rhubarb and K-Poke have done their qualifiers already. They did the test runs. Everything's working good. And they both managed to get 1D on the screen, and their kickers are 1.2s. So already starting off strong with qualifiers. So based on what we're seeing, I think gold bracket is going to be absolutely stacked. Now we have plenty of spots at MinnieD. We have a gold bracket, as you saw. We have a silver bracket. And we're also going to have a bronze bracket for the casual players. So no matter your ability level, whether you're getting D on the screen, you're below a max out, or you can't even get past level 1, we got a place for you at MinnieD. So go ahead and get yourself signed up. So actually, I have good news for you, MathWiz. I'm verifying your qualifier live, so no need to worry about the auth word. That's you know what? I'm okay with it. We are live, so I'll be live verifying your qualifiers. So don't sweat it, guys. I got you covered. So yeah, once you two are ready, we'll get things started. Okay, Mathless says, I'm still going to enter it after my first game. You can't stop me. Well, it do be like that. But hey, I see 2 readies on the screen. Chat, players, everybody. I hope you're ready. Let's go ahead and count down this qualifier in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And there you go. You see the timer there in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, the Matcherino in the lower right. We put that link in the chat. Go ahead and add yourself in. We've got coupon codes. You can go ahead and claim those right away. Or if you want to make a donation yourself, you're more than welcome. This Matcherino covers both divisions, Open and DAS. So go ahead and make some things happen. Now, MathWiz and Wallbant not only qualifying, but they are both helping out behind the scenes at MinnieD. A couple of my most vital staffers on the job, so I appreciate the efforts that they are giving to help make this tournament happen, because it's not just a one-player show. The effort of many, many people are coming together to make this tournament as amazing as it can possibly be. Now, if you want to register for the tournament, I'm going to put the links in the chat for you. That's for the Open division. And coming in as well for the DAS division. So if you want to get in, go ahead and check those out. By the way, if you do your qualifier online, you pay less to play in the tournament. Your registration dues are actually cut in half, so take advantage of the opportunity while it's there. But between both Wallbant and MathWiz, good games early on. MathWiz right now, he's looking at a 600,000 transition, which, you know, you can't rule out the possibility that MathWiz could get a D on the screen. Although MathWiz is a hybrid player. It's a DAS tap hybrid, so kill screen's going to be a little bit of a challenge for him, trying to get anything more beyond that. Wallbant, yes, he's got the glove on. Yes, he's a roller, but you see, playing with DAS right now, so we'll see if the rolling does come out in an effort to get that 1.3 million score. And right now, this first game, halfway to level 19, both players are looking at hitting the transition at the mid 500s, so pretty solid start for both of them. Now, the other thing you'll need to do if you're coming to MinnieD is you'll need to get your tickets for 2DCon. That link also in the chat. So get yourself signed up for 2DCon, get yourself signed up for MinnieD. We've got plenty of room for all of you. And you know, I've got to say, if this were an actual game between these two, you might say it's neck and neck. Math was already at 445,000 at 100 lines, having a great start. But Wallbant looking equally good, not quite at the turn. He'll be at the turn now, 437,000 points. So these two showing you what's in store if you come to MinnieD. I have a feeling that to make gold bracket in the open division, you're probably going to need at least a max out, if not 1D on the screen, just with the caliber of players I know are coming. Some of the names we've got down, you've heard that Wallbant is here because, of course, he's qualifying. You know that Miles and Sodium are in the next session. Obviously, you saw that Rhubarb and K-Poke have done their qualifiers. You've also got Meme and Huff on the list. We've got other great players coming. You've probably heard of the one named Ben Mullen. Yes, Ben Mullen's going to be there, and we'll get back to the roster once we're hitting transition here, as Mathwis burns in at 547,000. It's got a little bit of a rough board, but oh, that's going to do it. And Mathwis is on the board with the 547,000. Good first game for him. So we'll put that one on the board and see how things are looking. So right now, Mathwis is sitting in that third spot. But again, we've got a lot of players and a lot of qualifiers left, and Mathwis definitely has time to improve that score. We'll do a quick flash on here to cover. It'll cover up Wallband, but here it is. Right now, Mathwis in that third spot with the 547,000. But Wallband's still looking pretty good here. And it looks like still going with Das on level 21. We'll see if that roll switch comes in at some point. He's got 697. So at the least, Wallband's on track for the max out in the first game. And he's going for that Tetris, holding out for another long bar. There it is, 728. And now make it 757. This is about looking like a 1.12 into kill screen with Das, no less. I guess nobody told Wallband that this is MinnieD qualifying and not the race to 1.4. But, you know, while he's still looking hot, he crosses 800,000 into level 24. So we could be looking at potentially a level 26 max out here if things go well. Maybe even a little sooner. You never know. When he's set up, trying to, little mischief there. We'll see if Wallband holds out. Oh, he is holding out. Waiting for this long bar. It's not showing up, and he tried to do the roll switch. There it was. He was waiting to do that till the absolute last second, but we're going to put him on the board. 856,000 for Wallband in the first game. And then just do me a favor, Wallband. After your next game, just go ahead and quickly make sure qual mode is on for me. So after that one, we will do a little show of the qualifying scores. And as you can see, Wallband has leapfrog Mathwis into that third seed. We'll see if those numbers change. As we continue to qualify here. But math was looking good once again. 360,000 at 80 lines. So we'll see if fortunes play out a little better once we hit level 19 for him. Because if you can play like he did on 18, once he hits that transition, this could be a very strong qualifier for him. But Wallman also looking, he's going to get the Vits on top of it. Right now, this is about a 690,000 into level 19 if Wallband can keep this up. Now Math was a little high up. That Tetris is going to make life a little easier, so he's going to work to take care of that little traffic jam in columns number 7 through 10. Or, I thought maybe you'd go for the dirty Tetris. Math was saying, oh, I'm close to transition. I'm just going to play it a little safer. And I don't blame him. But right now, Wallbant, 650,000 into 19 if he can keep this up. But hey, let's take a look at this game from Math. Was one Tetris away from level 19. Oh, has to cover. But hey, he still had a couple of burns in his back pocket. So this is going to be a 507,000 into 19. Still got the potential to make something great happen. And we'll see if that materializes. It's going to try and go for a flat burn here, but it's not really happening. Let's see, and then the squares on top of it. And he's going to try and salvage it, but it's not looking good. And there's the top of 515K. Math was still sitting with that kicker at 547,000. Yeah, another awkward one into 19. This game needs a thing where you can get a special piece around 120 lines where it just clears your board into 19. Wouldn't that be nice? Or something like they have in, I think it's the Red Bull Tetris, where you get a special thing, it just completely organizes your stack for you. So Math was looking to get at least an 850,000. That's his goal for the qualifier here. We'll see if that materializes. Wallbant, 541,000 at 112 lines, on track for a 600K, building one row off the one. He's going to get the Tetris and, I assume, transition that well to the right side, which he is in the process of doing. Sebi pointing out Math was trying to hit a 6 left. It obviously did not materialize. But what is materializing is this hot game from Wally. Still with 3 Tetrises available. Has to take a couple of burns, but the next one will put him over a 600K transition. But he's going to have to take a couple of burns. So one more left. He's going to... Ooh. Okay, I see you. He gets the transition. 615,000 into level 19. And as we've already seen, the roll switch in the back pocket in that arsenal for Wallbant. So I suspect he's going to try and hold out until kill screen to do the roll switch. But if desperate times call for desperate measures, and the roll switch pre-tramp kill screen would be one of those situations. All right, and good work getting that cleared up. Wallbant, 722K on level 21. And friendly reminder, he's doing this with DAS. And just to give you an idea, Wallbant, he's going to get the dirty Tetris 760 on level 22. He's going to keep on burning. Mathwiz, meanwhile, 186,000 at 57 lines, stacks a little out of sorts, and he's going to keep trying to get this one burnt down. But Wallbant, once again, looking at about a 1.15 into kill screen if he can keep this up. And he is setting up for this dirty Tetris. He's going to get it. And he goes right. And he's not even rolling. Another dirty Tetris. 833 on 24. Shades of last game. We'll see if fortunes are a little better for Wallbant as he tries once again to go for that max out in the 1.3. Oh, and that's going to be tough. There's the roll switch. She's going to need it to get a long bar over. Gets the 5-tap over. Flawless transition to rolling. And let's see what Wallbant can do here in the final stages of 19 speeds as he's got 30 lines until the kill screen, sitting at 853K. Meanwhile, Mathwiz, 289K at 87 lines, trying to burn out. Wallbant gets a Tetris, 889K at 207. He's going to stick with one row off the bottom now, over 900,000. All right, he's set up once again, waiting and waiting. I think we're in a drought now, looking at about 20 pieces, and he can't use it for the Tetris. Could still get a max up before a kill screen, but now the question becomes, does he try to go aggressive, or does he bring this board down for the kill screen? He's setting up for a dirty Tetris once again. He'll get it, but this board is not looking good. Into kill screen with the max out, A14. Can Wallbant get any more is the question. Still trying to burn, but that's going to do it. But Wallbant, congratulations on the max out. That's going to be a A17. And Wallbant still holding on to that third spot here. As you can see, he does have the max out, but he'll want another 300K. We got about 42 minutes remaining in this first qualifying session, so we're about a quarter of the way through. That's a good question, Sebby. I think Wallbant just has a really good capture card. He's also got a really good T-spin setup with She Nails. But Mathwiz nailing this early start on 1,866,000 at 36 lines. So this is the one to keep an eye on, see if Mathwiz can maintain what he's doing. But look at this score from Mathwiz. We're going to call this a 610,000 into 19 if he can keep this up. Actually, yeah, I take that back. 630,000 into 19 if he can keep this going, which would be, well, it would be his new kicker if he can do that, but you know he's gunning for more. Oh, and that is certainly a Vitz from Wallbant. I don't know if it was planned that way, but it was executed that way. But Wallbant, not to be outdone. This is like Mathwiz, 630K into 19 if he can keep it going. Mathwiz with the dirty column 3 Tetris, and he's going to get that right well opened once again. Looks like he's cooled off a smidgen, but still looking at a high 500K if he can keep this up. Wallband holding out for this long bar, and it's not showing up. It finally doesn't. It's only going to net him a single, so Wallband gonna finally get one, but he still needs one more. Dependent in column number 8, and he's going to get that dirty column 8 Tetris. Math was in a little bit of trouble here. This is quite the exotic board setup, and he's just going to raise the white flag and top it out at 368K. All right, deep rest from Wallbant as he's having another solid effort here. Again, his kicker score at the moment is a 1.017 million. And you know he's looking to add another few 100,000 onto that. To bypass the current top 2 seeds, Wallbant's going to need not only a 1.3, he can do it one of 2 ways. He can either get 2 1.3s, which would give him 2 points and put him in first, or he can get a 1.3, but then also a kicker of at least 1.266 million. There we go. Wallbant with the knowledge wrenching in the chat. He's playing on a Mister. So that would explain why that stream setup is looking so fresh and so clean. But Mathwas is back to doing what he's been doing all qualifiers so far, getting off to a very strong start early. Once again, he set himself up for a potential 600K transition. And I surmise he'll at least coast to something in that 500K range, as he is wont to do. A game like that would certainly put him in that 850K neighborhood he's looking for. And again, based on what I'm seeing, 850K I think would solidly be in the silver bracket. Again, I'm only speculating based on the players I know that are coming. But yeah, an 850K qual should be silver bracket worthy. I mean, it could make gold. You never know how the qualifiers go. Players could have great days. Players could have bad days. But, you know, Math was continuing to look good here. 434,093 lines in. Could find himself close to a half max at the turn here. 457. So one more would put him at about 480,000, which is a very good score at 100 lines. Oh, and Wallband, he had that misshift earlier, but resolves it very nicely, gets the T-tuck to make it happen, and one flat burn away from clearing things up. But Mathwis, 504,000 at 107 lines. He's got a Tetris. And one more Tetris from him will actually beat his kicker. And the self-sabotage is real. Ends up misshifting there high up on the board. But this is a new kicker score for Mathwis, 552,000. He's got 10 more to 19, and the board is looking pretty good. Let's see what he can do. Two more Tetrises before 19, but has to put some weight on column 3. He's getting droughted, and it wouldn't be Tetris if you didn't get a massive board-messing drought right as you're about to hit level 19. So this is probably going to be a burn situation into the transition. He's going to get, okay, he's going to take the triple, and that's going to help bring the board down. Needs something to the left, and he's not going to get it. But that is a new kicker for Mathwis, now up to 587,000. And he's letting us know, I am actually cursed at 120 lines. I believe that is a global curse. You know, 3 things are certain: death, taxes, and Tetris screwing you over 10 lines before transition. And Nino asking about all the brackets. Yeah, the plan is to stream all 3 brackets. We're gonna have for sure 2 streaming stations, but I think we're also going to be able to get the equipment to have a third. So Classic Tetris 1, Classic Tetris 2, and yes, Classic Tetris 3. But hey, keep an eye on this game from Wallbant. 672,000 at level 20, does get the Vits and follows it up with the Tetris. So, yeah, we're going to say the line, Mom, Wallbant's pacing again. And if you thought his first couple of games were good, check out this one. 727, 753. By the way, just went to level 22, but is long bar dependent on the left there. He's gonna take a couple of burns. This is a great looking game so far from Wallband. And Hilm Alex asking, this is open division, so you will see tapping and rolling out of this one, but we have some DAS players competing. The qualifiers for DAS only will be tomorrow. And Wallbant does the roll switch. We'll see if he can get something over. He needs. Oh, no. That might have been too late on the roll switch. Wallbant out at 764, but I think he knows that could have been the game right there. And Mathwiz just doing what he does again, looking at a 540 into level 19 at the rate he's going. And at this point, Wallband's got max outs on the mind. He needs to get at least that to improve his kicker, which currently sits at 1.017. That's an A. So basically an A18 to get a new kicker for Wallband, but he's trying to get some points on the board. He wants to see that D on the screen. Oh, all right. And Helm Alexang plays Tetris Effect. Do you do the classic score attack mode on that one? Because if so, it's fairly close to what you'd get on the NES version. And also a heads up, we are halfway through our first qualifying session, just under 30 minutes remaining. Yeah, I think my best game on classic score attack on Tetris Effect Connect, I think my best game is like a 650K. But I have pretty much moved on to the console version. I think my top score on my PB on console is 892,000. Let's keep an eye on what Mathwas is doing here. Hey, he's got 2 more Tetrises before 19. Well, he takes one away with those birds. And there it is, 562 into level 19. A Tetris and a couple of burns will give him a new kicker. So there's the burns. All he needs is the Tetris. Well, I mean, I guess theoretically he could line out. But if he's going for that 850K, he's gonna want those. He's gonna want those Tetrises rolling on down. And there's one of them, 601,000. That's the new kicker score for Mathwas, but he's only on level 21. A lot of time left before the kill screen to add on to this. Wallbant tops out. It's going to start a new game here. Again, still lots of time left in the qualifying session. But Mathwas is putting together a decent little work of art. Going to get the Tetris. Bypasses the T-Tuck. And certainly on track here for a strong, strong game. And he'll get the Tetris right there. And I gotta say it. You know, I gotta say it right now. Into kill screen, if Mathwas can keep this up, this is a 1.03 million. And I think if that happens, you could be seeing Mathwas in the gold bracket. So let's see how the remainder of 19 speed shakes out here. I mean, he'd be happy with an 850K, but I think he'd be happier with more. There we go. He's feeling that one. 748 on level 25. About 2 more Tetrises would get him to his goal of 850K. And he's got time to make that happen. 782, or make it 783 into level 26. Has 30 lines left before the kill screen. Oh, and just, oh my God, why are squares? Mathwas is getting square bursted at the worst possible time. Just, can he get something that isn't a square game? Oh my God, 790,000. That's still a dang good score. But my goodness. He's like, I'll take that game. But realistically, I think if you didn't get square bursted there on level 26, you were on track for a lot more. So we shift our focus over to Wallband 2 is just casually coasting through level 18 speed. 55 lines in, 280,000 is the score. So, how's the weekend going? Not too bad, actually. Obviously, a lot of MinnieD prep going on. Side note, dirty Tetris there for Wallband opens up the right well. He's looking at a 610,000 into 19 if he can keep this up. So we'll see what the fortune holds for him. But as you know, we've done a lot of prep work. We just ordered shirts for the event. We've ordered pretty much all of the goodies. Bad news is I don't think bag tags would arrive in time, so I've scratched the bag tags. But we have ribbons, we have stickers, we have shirts. We have trophies for the winners, and they are pretty darn cool. One of my volleyball friends does laser etching and is going to put together 2 trophies for us for the winners of the DAS and Open divisions. And there we go. Hatson Bowler in the chat saying GG's math was, yeah, that was an inspired run from our Wizard of Mathematics. And Bitten Boy asking, yeah, to my knowledge, I believe he's got his own machine. I remember seeing him talk about it on Facebook. So now he does that as a side gig. And now his side gig is making tournament trophies for MinnieD. Hey, Yeehaw, how's it going? Side note, shout-outs to Yeehaw. The equipment he has loaned out to us is going to be essential in making all of our streaming stations at MinnieD happen. So many thanks to Yeehaw for making sure we can bring you this massive tournament. We're going to keep an eye on this game from Wallband, as he's looking to get close to a 600K into level 19. It's going to be a 597. So we'll see what he can do with this one. Now he's on 19 speeds, and Yeehaw saying, "You're the new king of the crap." I thought I saw something about that. I don't remember. Was it where you beat Martz for the Kaka Championship? Something along those lines? There you go. I suppose, no pun intended, it was time to get Martz off of his throne. All right, but Wallband looking good here. 700,000 once again on level 21. And yeah, Alex, I have seen the rebirths. Oh no, Wallband tops out at 708,000. Another great game for him. I think just about every game that he's gotten to level 19 speed, he's been on beyond max out pace, heading into levels 22 and 23. So we'll see if this can materialize into some points for him. I think the score he has already is probably good enough for gold bracket. But you know he'll want to improve on this outing. All right, let's see how Mathwis closes this one out. He's approaching the transition. Oh, I saw what he was going for, just a little too late on that decision. So he'll have to get things reorganized as the transition is looming and probably looking at around a 420,000 into 19. But, he is set up for a dirty triple, 423,000. That is the transition score, and now he will work to get himself brought back down to the bottom so he can throw down some Tetrises. Now, our time with you in this first session is dwindling. 20 minutes, actually less than 20 minutes. We're down to 19 minutes remaining in our session. Again, we have 2 more coming up this afternoon. On deck next, we have Miles and Sodium Overdose. And then in the final session, we're slated to have me and Nino. But hey, Math was keeping this going here. 500,000 now on to level 22. And may for at least a while there could have been committed to that center well. And I sense that he's going to try and bring it over to the right side. Oh, early shift there. So now he's got a bridge he's going to have to burn, and that's exactly what he's setting out to do. All right, and he's going to set up the flat burn. Now needs to hyper tap something over. It's not going to happen. 516K is the score. All right, but on the other side, we got Wallband still going and doing Wallband things once again. 414,000 at 777 lines. Math, the solution might just be to get your high score before 120 lines. Then it won't be a problem. All right, looks like Alex on YouTube, Hilm Alex, talking about on Modern Tetris. He got a 7.7 million on Endless Marathon. That's pretty wild. What's also wild is this game from Wallband, 578K, and by the way, 110 lines in. But it looks like he's decided enough with the DAS tomfoolery. He's gone to rolling from the get-go here. 601,000 at 114 lines. He's got 3 more Tetrises before the kill screen, the level 19 transition. There's one of them. And if necessary, even has a few more burns in the mix. There we go, 669 hay now. So if he gets the Tetris here, it's going to be a 693,000 into level 19. But he knows he's got 3 burns and can use them if needed. So right now on track for a 694, which would be one of the highest transitions I've ever witnessed on stream. But oh, he holds out. He gets it. 696 into level 19. Shadow Knight here saying Wally Roll still got it. Speaking of Shadow Knight, you want to get your online qualifier done today? We got time in the next 2 time slots available. But yes, 781,000 at 156 lines. This is a game from Wallband. And friendly reminder to our 2 qualifiers here, under 15 minutes remaining. The next qualifier will be in about half an hour. It's 1:30 toast time. That's 6:30 p.m. UTC. Oh my goodness. This is a 1.26 into kill screen if Wallband can get things under control here, but he's going to lose some of those numbers just getting this board cleaned up, but it's got him on track to get that D on the screen. Oh, and I did just check the numbers. Wallband's getting himself on the leaderboard, at least for me. That is the second highest transition I've ever had on stream of his 696,000. The only person who's done better before level 19 on my stream is ID Kirby, who got a 714,000 in a CT and in a Tetris Wars game. But Wallband with the max out on 27, A90, he's got a B24, so on track to get that D on the screen. And there is the Tetris B58. He's got 10 lines to work with, so could be 3 Tetrises, which would get him super duper close. B93, 2 more available. There's 1, C28. And if he can get this one here before hitting 29, well, he's not going to. He's going to go into kill screen. Oh, no. Okay, he's got the well open. But he needs a long bar. It's not coming, and that's going to be a top of Wallband. 1.232 million. But the good news for Wallband, if he can get a 1.3 before quals are over, he will finish as the 2 seed. Because that 1.232 kicker score would give him the tiebreaker over K-Poke. And we'll put that up on the board right here. We'll cover up Wallband for a brief moment. So you see Wallband, that's his kicker, that 1.232. So if he can get a D on the screen, he will leapfrog K-Poke. But he's going to need a little more if he wants to pass Rhubarb. I mean, just a heads up for our 2 qualifiers. We got about 10 minutes left in this session. You know the drill. As long as you get started before the clock shows zeros, you get to finish. But Wallbant, getting started here. Mathwiz having a good run, but just needs to get a couple of things sorted out here and bring the board back to a state of Tetris readiness. He's almost there. And there we go. Things looking much gooder now. 520,000 on 25. His kicker is a 790,000, so he's looking to get at least a 791, and that's going to admittedly be tough to do before the kill screen. So it may involve either maximum aggression, the tapping game of a lifetime on the kill screen, or both. But he's going to get neither. Not an early top-up, but an unfortunate top-up for Mathwiz. Well, Alex saying your NES is dead, so it can't play. That's unfortunate, but, if you happen to be within reasonable driving distance to Minnesota, you can qualify on emulator. We'll accept that. Okay, yeah, Alex, if you have it on the Switch, that would be acceptable as well. The Nintendo Switch Online version of Tetris, I can make that work. Yeah, that is true, Yeehaw. I'll let you decide if you want. To, just for giggles. I mean, we have multiple people in each time slot today, but we're still filling up for the DAS qualifier tomorrow. No, I can't even try and. You know what? That's okay. That's okay if you can't even make it to level 19. Like I said, we've got brackets for all skill levels. I have players coming to this tournament who don't even have a PB above 100,000. But we are in the home stretch. You may see some strategizing. Players may be thinking, okay, this game isn't looking so hot, so I may just want to start over fresh if I don't have the pace I'm looking for. So you could see some sudden resets. And Yeeha's right. Look at some of those scores from SGDQ. I'd have to pull them up, but I mean, I think we had scores as low as 10K qualifying for SGDQ. It's not just a party for the good players. It's an event for everybody. Okay. Tell you what. I'm gonna put something in the YouTube chat for you, Alex. So yeah, take a look. I put something in the chat for you, Alex. So yeah, if you want to shoot me a DM, I'm sure we can get you squared away if you want to come. But as far as this session, 4 minutes, well, just over 4 minutes remaining. So we're probably into our last game or two for both Wallbant and Mathwiz. But this game from Wallbant, oh yeah, he is pulling out all the stops. He has gone full roll, 528,000 at not even at the turn yet. So he's looking to try and break the transition score he just had. He had a 696,000 into 19. So we'll see. I don't know if he has enough Tetrises to do it, but I bet he would like to join the 700 club and get that 700K pre-19. So this could be another close one. If Wallbank gets all Tetrises, he's got 2 more available before the transition. That would put him very close to that 696 he had in just the last game, basically. So there is a Tetris. He's going to need a bird. It's only going to be a 695,000. So he's got the VIT set up. Going to need 2 long bars to make this happen. And he's not getting any of them. He's getting droughted before the transition. He's going to have to burn in. Does get the VITs, though. It's a 677,000 into 19 for Wallband. Gets the Tetris. But not to be outdone, Mathwiz at 416,000, just past the turn there at 100 lines. But now Wallband's board a little high up. Didn't have the well open, but he's got that cleared. Waiting impatiently for this long bar, which is not showing up. This is at least a 20-piece drought that Wallband is struggling through. Well, not so much struggling, surviving. He gets it, but it can only be used to open up that left side. And now the well is open. But once again, the long bar not showing up, and that's going to be a top out for Wallband at 723K. Oh my goodness, what an unfortunate sequence of pieces for him. But he still has time. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds left. And Mathwiz, fool me 5 times, cursed again at 120 lines. Yes, Mathwiz, we're going to the MinnieD cider. We are down to 1 minute left, so this may be decision time. If this game is not off to the start you're looking for, maybe you just abandon ship and start anew. So we're keeping an eye on these games, which are still early on, but also keeping an eye on the clock. Matt Wallbant, you got time. You have 30 seconds left. And it looks like Wally's going to get the buzzer beater. And once again, I'll say this, Alex, if you happen to be local to Minnesota, we do have additional Tetris events. We do them about every 3 months or so. So if you're local, we can get you connected with those too. And for those of you that have been around the scene a little bit, if you've heard of the Toastress Open, that is the local event. By the way, time has expired, so this is your last game, whether you like it or not. Ah, you're from California. But you will have nearby events coming up. There's no shortage of Tetris out there in the Golden State. So quick score check-in on these final games. Mathwiz, 221,055 lines in. Wallbant, 183,000 at 33 lines. And with respect to what they're looking for to improve their standing, Mathwiz has a kicker score of 790,000. So he's looking, in essence, for an 800K, but 791 will also do the trick. Wallbant, to improve his kicker score, he's going to need a 1.233 million, a C20, basically a C24 is the goal. But he would also like to get a 1.3 to really improve his standing against the future qualifiers coming up. Ooh, nice little T-spin there from Wallbant as he's nearing halfway to 19. And on track for about a 650,000 if he can keep this up. Meanwhile, math was 377,000 at the turn. 100 lines in. And math was holding out, trying to get an 800,000 here. It's certainly within the realm of possibility. He's got that fight in him. We'll see if that materializes in this final one. And there we go. Fingers crossed for Mathwiz. 120 lines has not been good to him so far today. But we'll see if he's got better fortunes here in this go-around of making it to level 19. Wallband hitting the turn at 456,000. And Mathwiz in at 501,000. So yeah, a 300K post-transition would get him a new kicker score. We'll see if he can get that goal of 850,000 that he was gunning for to start. Well, Wallband 485K could be looking at a high 500,000 into 19. A nice flat burn there from Mathwiz. He needs a long bar, and he needs it. Now he gets the long bar. He's going to take a couple of burns just to give himself a little bit of breathing room. But a couple of misshifts make it tough, and oh, he felt that that could have been the game. Mathwiz, your qualifier is done. So a quick look here. The kicker score for Mathwiz, 790,000. He sits at the 4 seed as of right now. But speculating on how other players are going, I think that score is going to solidly put him in silver bracket. We'll see how things shake out. Meanwhile, Wallbant currently sitting at level 20, 651,000 points. Whoops, we didn't want to do that. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you too, Mathwiz. We'll just do a little bit of this. Turn the lights out on the left and let y'all focus on Wallbant on the right. 730,000 on level 21. And this game once again looking good, whether it's with DAS or with rolling. Wallband has had a pretty spectacular qualifier, all things considered. And he would love to cap it off by finishing with a D on the screen, a 1.3 million. Chat, I know you'd love to see it happen. I'd love to see it happen. Let's see if we can manifest this for Wallband here. 851K at 779 lines. Just got into level 24. And he is set up for this column 3 Tetris. And we'll get it. So on track for the max up before the kill screen, 924K. Maybe a roughly, we'll call it 3 Tetrises to be safe, but it might be a little less. Yeah, so 2 more Tetrises will do the trick, and could be looking at a level 26 max for Wallband here. 993, now the score. Has a T-tuck set up, but just has to do a little spin to make that happen. 995. The max out is, well, we'll say it's imminent because it's not going to take much to get there. Just needs the Tetris. There it is, A31. Now 300,000 more points are what Wallman is looking for here. And this is probably going to be one that needs to get taken to the kill screen. So we'll see how Wallman's 29 play is when all is said and done. All right, there's the B, B00. He's got 1 more Tetris available before level 29. He's setting up for it. He's got it already. He's got 3 burns if he wants them. He's got 3 burns if he needs them. There's one of them. There's another. He's got 1 more burn, but he gets the Tetris. B73 into 29 and a Tetris into the kill screen. C10, less than 100,000 points away from the D on the screen. Can Wallband make this happen? Again, he's got until level 39, the super kill screen, to crank one out here. Gets a Tetris on level 30. C58 is the score. Come on, Wally, let's make it happen. C63. 1 more Tetris, I believe, will give him the D on the screen. Gets the log bar. There it is. D on the screen for Wallband. 1.3 million. Hey, if you want to mullen it out, go right ahead. But that's going to be 1 point on the board for Wallband in his final game. And he is pumped. D25 is the score. We're going to put that in, and he is popping off. So there we go. Let's take a look at the updated standings here. We're going to put that on the screen. Oh, he's shouting out the pad list right there. Let's get the pad list on the screen. Then we'll put the qual score back up. Wallband currently sits as your 2 seed. He beats or leapfrogs K-Poke with that final game. And as it stands, your top 3 seeds all have a 1.3. Rhubarb, Wallband, and K-Poke. GG's to Wallband, GG's to Mathwiz. We're going to take a little break here to give us time to get our next set of qualifiers on the screen. So give us about 5-10 minutes. You're going to see, or at least you're scheduled to see, Miles and Sodium Overdose coming up next. So for those of you on Twitch, you're going to get a little ad break here. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we'll be ready in just a few minutes. Our next two qualifiers are getting themselves set up, so we'll be firing off more Tetris shortly. All right, looks like they're just about ready to go here, so we'll be back up in about a minute. All right, looks like both players are online and live, maybe just taking care of a couple of technical things, but well, they're getting their setup organized. We'll let you know what's up for this one as we are entering the second round of qualifiers online. So, as a reminder, here's how the online qualifiers for MinnieD work. You get 1 hour. You can start on any level from 0 to 19. As the title of the event says, you got to get a D on the screen, a score of 1.3 million or higher. You get 1 point every time that happens. And your tiebreaker is your kicker score. The kicker score, of course, is your highest non 1.3 million score. If you do not get a 1.3 million, then your tiebreaker will just be your highest score. As a reminder to both players, Miles and Sodium, qual mode should be turned on. So you don't have to do it right now, but just before we get started, turn on qual mode if you haven't done so. And of course, the buzzer beater rule is in play. if a game is started before time expires, players will be allowed to finish that game out, and any play style is welcome in the open division. If you're a DAS player, hybrid player, hyper tapper, roller, something I haven't learned yet, all of them are valid in the open division. But hey, it does look like we are pretty much set, so we're going to bring you on over to the qualifying screen, where we have Miles and we have Sodium Overdose. We'll let them get a warm-up or two in, and then we'll get started. And while they're doing that, let's see here. Going to do a little switchy switch there. There we go. We'll show you how the first session went. Here are your qualifier results in the upper right. You've got Rhubarb and K-Poke, who did their test run qualifiers as a test run, and it worked out great. Rhubarb is in the 1 seed at the moment with that 1.26 million kicker and 1 D on the screen. Wallband clutched it out at the end of the first session, got the 1.3 with a 1.23 kicker, just edging out K-Poke, who is also in third. Then Mathwiz comes in with a 790,000. So, like I said, I think Mathwiz safely in silver, but depending on how things go, could find himself on the tail end of gold. We'll see what happens. But all right, if both players are indeed ready, we'll let you get to the ready screen and then we'll get started. And whilst we're here in the warm-up phase of things, just a reminder, hit up that MinnieD Matcherino. We have coupon codes available for this one, maximum contribution for minimal effort. All you got to do is click a button, and you add to the Matcherino. You see one has already been redeemed, and there are plenty of them remaining. So take your opportunity to chip in with the coupon code, or if you want to make a donation of your own to the prize pool, feel free to do so. So, Dylan, qualifiers have changed massively. And I'll give you a quick rundown once we get started, because this is a unique format for our event. But as far as CTWC, they're using a different qualifying method. And we'll outline that as well once the qualifier is underway. All right. It looks like both Sodium and Miles are ready. So let's not delay the inevitable anymore. We're going to go ahead and count them down for the second qualifying session. Here we go. The party starts in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So again, 1 hour is on the clock. Play as many games as you can. Score lots of points. Their goal to get 1.3 million. So just to follow up on what I was mentioning to Dylan before, for MinnieD, we're using the D score as our qualifying metric. For the DAS division, we're going to use max outs. But at CTWC this year, we changed it around. So at CTWC, the goal is still to get a max out, but if you get a max out, you get 2 points. But for every 100,000 you get after that, it's an additional point on the board. So you could theoretically see someone go in and they could get, say, a rollover, a 1.6 million, and end up with 8 points. So that's how it works for CTWC. We're a little unique up here in the Great North, so we decided to change things up a little bit. And qualifying in this session, we have Miles and Sodium. You've probably seen these two players before. They were both at... In fact, they were at the last CTWC. I'm loading up to try and get their final results here from it. But yeah, you definitely saw them on stream. In fact, the past 3 years, Miles has made the quarterfinals, 2024 through 2026. Sodium Overdose finished in the top 32 this year. So these are two players that we low-key expect to be getting 1.3 million scores in qualifiers. As Sodium has a PB of 2.1 million, Miles has a PB of 8 million. So we could see some transformation of the top of the bracket by the time all is said and done in this one. But hey, if you're local to Minnesota or you are within reasonable travel distance, why not come out next weekend? We've got plenty of room for you. If you want to come, I'm going to start putting some links in the chat. Sign yourself up for 2DCon. We've got your ticket links right there. And also register for MinnieD. We're going to put those links in. So there's your open division registration right there. And your DAS division. So if you sign up and do the online qualifier for the open division, we can still fit you in the next time slot, which is at 3 o'clock toast time or 8 p.m. UTC. So Dylan talking about the line cap score. I believe the record for the highest score into level 39 is Sidnev, and I want to say it was a 2.15 million. The highest score in a live event was Meme, who, by the way, will be at MinnieD. And Meme got a 2 million at CTWC Midwest in Milwaukee earlier this year. Now, Miles into level 19, 458,000, but Sodium's having himself a game here. 614,000, 1 Tetris left before the transition. Does have 3 burns if he needs them. Ooh, a nice little setup there. He's going to get the Tetris 638,000 into level 19, and these are two players who we expect will be able to make runs in level 29. So we'll keep an eye on their score, let you know how things are looking into kill screen, but with the understanding that the game is not over for them at that point. But if this were a game between these two players, it would be Sodium with a lead of about 3 Tetrises and change, but they're not competing against each other. They're competing primarily against themselves, but secondarily against the players who have already qualified and the ones who will be qualifying in future sessions. All right, and sideline reporter Nino coming in, letting me know that the score for Sidnev is a 2.13 million. I was a little bit off, but I knew it was in that neighborhood. Meanwhile, Sodium looking at a 1.2 million into kill screen, 814,000 now on level 23. Miles has a 784 on level 25. But the board a little high up. Oh no, Sodium's going to hang the long bar, and that's going to be his kicker score. And again, just a reminder, if you haven't done so already, make sure qual mode is on your game. All right, Miles approaching a max out here. And there it is, max out for Miles. He's got one more Tetris, but he's going to burn into kill screen. Going to prioritize board health as the speeds double from what we just saw on the level 19 speed. And Nino asking, no, this is unlike the CTWC format. There's no bonus after you get the 1.3, so it's just get the 1.3 and you've got the point. There's no extra credit after that. Now, Miles into 29 speeds and trying to set up for more here. A73 again. He's looking for about another 130,000, actually 230,000. Math is hard, okay? Where's Math Whiz when you need him? Right now, set up, waiting for this long bar. It's been a hot minute since we've seen it on Miles' side. It's got to be at least a 20-piece drought that he's looking at. Does get the Tetris B44 on level 33, so he's got about 50 lines to work with before hitting that super kill screen, at which point it is pretty much GG's for anybody. Unless you have like some sort of super turbo rolling that we haven't discovered yet. We'll cross that bridge if we happen to get there. All right, Miles has the D on the screen. 1.31 million. Let's punch that in. And Miles is now on the board. And I'm just trying to get that kicker score from Sodium here. Looks like it's about 820,000. So let's go ahead and take a look at the qualifiers as they stand right here, right now. Miles currently sitting in that 4th seed. He'll need at least a 1.229 million to improve his standing as of now. Sodium sitting in the 5 spot. But once he gets a 1.3 on the board, then we can talk about him moving up the leaderboard. All right, had a little bit of a hang there for Sodium, but again, behold the power of rolling. This is, it's not trivial just because the board is so high. And you see the proof right there as Sodium is topped out. And I don't know if Sodium can hear me, but Sodium, I just need you to put on qual mode. But things are moving along swimmingly here. We've already burned 10 minutes off of our qualifier, 47 remaining. And already off to some fairly decent starts here as Sodium had that 820K game previously, Miles with the 1.3. Here we go. But moving along here, Sodium 274,049 lines in. So this is a strong early pace for him. Looking at about I'll call it about a 690K transition. Miles 391,000 at 95 lines. And you may be looking at that score, comparing it to some of the past qualifying games we've had, saying that seems kind of low, don't you think? But that's about what Miles put up before getting a 1.3 in the last one. So do not rule anything out here. But Sodium is pacing here. I do believe this is a 720,000 potential transition for Sodium if he can keep this up. So looking really strong early on here in level 18. Meanwhile, Miles gets a Tetris, 529,000. He's 10 lines, well, make it 9 lines away from level 19. Could still crank out 3 more Tetrises if the pieces cooperate. But the moment he takes a burn, he's going to lose one of those Tetrises. So we'll see if he decides to hold out here. That's what he's attempting to do. He gets a Tetris. He's got a double well set up. And hey, what a perfect time for the long bar to show up. So He'll take a couple of burns just for safety and go in with a 577,000 into 19. Follows it up, now over 600K. All right. Hello, Ivy. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Got some great qualifying action here for MinnieD on the screen. CTWC Minnesota happening next week at 2DCon. There we go. Miles with a 700,000 into level 21. Remember I said to not assume anything based on the fact that Miles had about 300 something K at the turn? This is why. This is wall-bant type pace from the earlier session. And speaking of wall-bant pace from earlier, he was doing it on 18 too. Sodium getting it done on 18. 624,000. Has 3 more Tetrises remaining before level 19. And he's just going to try and burn things out a little bit. He's attempting to maintain efficiency. And yeah, the qual format that popped up there on the Nightbot, that's the CTWC one. We're doing D on the screen, so 1.3 millions. But Sodium onto level 2685,000, Miles at 855,000. So probably about a shade under 4 Tetrises before Miles gets a max out. Make it maybe a shade under 3. We'll call it 2 Tetrises and change. Perhaps a smidgen more. But Sodium looking hot here. 741,000 on level 21. And Miles on track here to have a max out on level 26. See, there's 1 Tetris. Just needs 1 more, so we'll wait for that long bar to show up. And there it is. Max out from Miles. A18 on level 26. Just needs a few 100,000 more to get his second D on the screen. And assuming that happens, Miles will take over as the 1 seed, passing Rhubarb. Meanwhile, Sodium looking at a 1.17 into kill screen if he can maintain this. He's got a dirty column 3 Tetris set up, but the long bar comes just a little too late to utilize. And there we go. Not only does Sodium gets the Tetris, he transitioned that well over to the right side, but then immediately had to put a Z piece on top of it. Oh, we love Z pieces, don't we? Meanwhile, Miles onto kill screen, C01. So looking for a couple more Tetrises and a little extra credit on top of it to get the 1.3. There's a C52. And 1 more Tetris for sure will do it, but Miles could theoretically burn his way to this 1.3. A couple more burns will get him what he's looking for. There it is, second D on the screen. We're going to put that on the board as Miles is now your new 1 seed. So that's 2 games, 2 straight 1.3s for Miles. Looking pretty consistent so far, I must say. But no, Sodium hangs the long bar. That's going to be a kicker of 921,000. So we'll flash those qual scores up on the screen once again. So there it is. Officially official. Miles is currently the 1 seed. He's got 2 1.3s on the board. And he's looking to add more because he knows that there are still some strong players left to qualify. Qualifying at some point in the future, whether it's in the next session or in person. I mean, we still have Dangler on the list. We have Shadow Knight to qualify. Meme and Huff also still have to get in, as well as many others that are coming to the tournament. So Miles has not safely clinched this 1 seed. He's going to want to try and put as many 1.3 scores, as many D on the screen as he can to keep some of these top players like Meme and Company from usurping his spot atop the leaderboard. And as a heads up, we are 1/3 of our way through the session. 39 minutes remaining in this qualifier. So, chat, one thing we did already is we mentioned the PBs for these players. They're high scores, and both Miles and Sodium have some really strong PBs. But we've already learned about them. What about you? What's your PB, chat? Go ahead and pull that up. If you're on YouTube, you can just type it in. If you're on Twitch, you can use the PB command. I'll put mine up there for starters. I've got the 892,000. The max out continues to elude me. It is pretty much at least a weekly thing now that I get on a max out pace by level 22 and proceed to choke it away. Oh no, and Sodium. Oh, great work there. Wonderful flat burn. That could have been very dangerous for him, but manages to save the day there with a well-timed piece to get the flat burn. All right, YouTube coming in hot with the PBs. Dylan saying that their PB is about 550,000. Mr. Brain saying, I just barely missed the max up by 545,000. That PB is around 455K for him. Alex saying PB is 200,000. Yanni is a 1.232 million PB. And, oh, by the way, a max out on a 19 start on top of it. But Sodium having another hot start here, looking at a 610,000 transition. And he had a pretty strong one in the previous game. For Sodium, it's just a matter of capitalizing on level 19. He's got the great 18 play, but just manages to get into some unfortunate spots on 19 speeds. Otherwise, I surmise that Sodium would already A, have a max out, and B, probably have a 1.3. Now, Damien's Brain coming in 531,000. Finally got the half max this year. Congratulations on that, Damien. And hey, I'll say it, those of you that are coming in with these hot PBs, if any of you are local, plenty of room at MinnieD. We've got spots for every level of player. We are planning to have brackets for the competitive cracked players, but also the more casual players just to come out and have a good time. So doesn't matter if your PB's 1,000 or 1,000,000. We got room for you. And we'd love to have you out there and have a good time at 2DCon. Once again, I'm going to share with you all the Matcherino for MinnieD. You can go ahead and hit that up. We have coupon codes available, so you're welcome to contribute just by clicking a button. And we'd love to see all of those coupons get used. I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we got to the start of MinnieD next week and there's no more coupon codes remaining? That would be pretty sweet. Meanwhile, Miles on level 20 at 675,000, puts down the Aki bar, gets the Tetris. He's joined the 700 club right here, 700,000 at 149 lines. Sodium, meanwhile, on the tail end of level 18 play. And Sodium, he'll get out of this. He's got the well open. Would love a long bar. There it is. He gets a Tetris and comes in at 582,000. Miles with the column 8. He's cleared up and good to go, sitting at 784,000 on level 22. Now at 812,000. This is a 1.2 into kill screen for Miles if he can keep this up. And something that we indirectly pointed out before, Miles seems to turn it into another gear when he hits level 19. Those scores on 18, I mean, they're not bad. They're just not like the super strong transitions you saw out of, say, Wallband and Sodium as well. But once Miles gets to 19, it's just go, go, go. It just pours on the efficiency, and you're seeing that with all of his games here. 938,000 at level 25 now for Miles. Meanwhile, Sodium also looking pretty good here. 750K on level 22, is ready for this Tetris. Ooh, little last minute adjustment there. And there it is. This is going to be about a 1.12 into kill screen for Sodium if you can keep this up. And you notice they both got the headphones on. They are both talking. I have to wonder if they are in the same voice chat, just yapping at each other during this qualifier. That would be fun and wholesome, wouldn't it? And there's Miles once again. He goes into kill screen with the B84. So looking to get about another 120,000. C24, he's a couple Tetrises away from hitting that third 1.3. Now I got Mr. Rin saying, I have never seen Sodium not talking. And yeah, there is some truth to that. But now Sodium closing in on a max out here. One Tetris away. Miles closing in on his third D on the screen. A Tetris and change should do it. He is set up. There is the long bar. There is the Tetris. A couple burns will do it. And there it is once again. Miles with another D on the screen. That is his third one. We're going to put that on the board. So Miles now putting some distance between himself and the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, Sodium, gonna need a 5-tap, or he's just gonna go for Operation Flatburn here. Gets it open on the left, hangs the J piece. And he's gonna top out with a 1.1 million. So let me get that score on the board. And that is the halfway mark. We are halfway through our second of 3 qualifying sessions. So 30 minutes, well, technically 29 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, but you get the idea. Ooh, what is the closest to a flat D score? That might be one of the closest. I don't know what the exact number that would be. Intriguing question there from Dylan. And Pines Cutely, aka Lucy, in the chat, cheering on Sodium, saying, "Come on, Sodium, you got it." But yeah, early days in these games for both Miles and Sodium. Miles on a 570,000 transition pace, so looking good once again. And there we go. Miles at it again. 610,000 projected into level 19 if he can keep doing what he's doing. Would love an LPs, which he's going to get. Tucks it in perfectly. That's a great resolution there. And rewarded with the Tetris. 330,000 at 71 lines. Make it 353 at 75 with that Toastress. Oh, and it looks like the Matcherino is coming in. Shout outs to Abby Normal with the $50 contribution. We greatly appreciate it. Abby is going to be one of our main helpers at MinnieD. So shout outs to Abby, A, for helping out at MinnieD, and B, for the donation to the Matcherino. And actually, that's a symmetrical donation total. We got $50.50. Who wants to break that up and be the combo breaker? And as we catch ourselves up with how both Miles and Sodium are doing, Miles has passed the turn, 475,000. Another strong effort from him. Sodium halfway to level 19. This is, we're going to say this is a 700,000 transition if he can keep this up. Not only would that be the highest transition to date for the MinnieD quals, it would be one of the highest I've ever had. As we saw, Wallband last game had a 696,000 into 19 and also had a 677. So Sodium trying to outdo Wallband with this great level 18 play. Ooh, nice T-spin there from Miles. He's going to burn into 19 to 540,000, and we expect that the switch is going to be flipped very quickly for Miles, as he has been a monument of efficiency post-level 18 this whole session. Meanwhile, sodium 554,000 at 100 lines. This is a pretty bonkers game from sodium. But sodium already at 600,000. Gonna have to take a dirty triple. It'll get the well open, which is what is most important. He's still got plenty of time before the transition, just not getting good pieces. Oh, what a rough stretch there. But keeping an eye on this game from sodium. He's got 3 more Tetrises, so 700,000 is still very much in the cards. But we think we may have burned away a Tetris here. Actually, no. If sodium can get one more before 19, which he's trying to do, he gets the double tuck of the J piece, makes it happen. 701,000 into level 19. What an incredible transition for Sodium Overdose. And let's see if he can pull out the 1.3 million with this game right here. Meanwhile, Miles at 863,000. He's about to hit level 26. Still on track for a max out before level 29. But board getting a little high. Long bar not yet showing up for Miles. There it is. He gets it over. Gets the Tetris. Gets another one, 931. So looking at about 2-ish Tetrises, we'll call it, before the max out. So he can get this before 29. But Sodium, 809,000. He goes into level 22 with an 836 and throws down another Tetris. So now, I don't know which game is more intriguing. Miles about to go into kill screen, or Sodium, who, holy bejesus, is on a 1.35 million into kill screen if he can keep this up. This is just tremendous efficiency. If we had Nestor's champs, I'm sure that Tetris rate would be off the charts. But we don't. So you'll just have to look at the score. This is looking to be a level 25 max out for Sodium Overdose. Which, I mean, yes, could get that D on the screen before level 29 if things go well. Meanwhile, Miles onto level 30, A91, so looking for about another couple 100,000 points to put his 4th D on the screen. And there is the max out on level 25 for Sodium. Just needs 300,000 more points, and he'd love to get them before the kill screen. Meanwhile, Miles got a little junk to clean up here. Nothing too dangerous for a player of his skill on level 29 speed. He's got himself opened up again. Just needs to get Tetris ready. And there it is, B71. So maybe about 4 Tetrises, I believe. 3 more should get Miles up to the 1.3 he is looking for. And he's got the time to do it before level 39, although he's now long bar dependent on the left. Going to bring it down a few notches before he tries and get a 5-tap over. And that's going to make it a little easier to work with if he can get the pieces to make it work. Just not getting what he wants when he wants it is Miles. I don't think this is line outable. Meanwhile, Sodium into kill screen, B95, so a few Tetrises will get him on the board. Okay, nice little flat burn there from Sodium, and oh, Miles tops out just short of it. 1.272 million for Miles. And Sodium going to get the 1.2 million. So No change on the scoreboard, but Miles does have a kicker now. We are also under 20 minutes remaining in this qualifier, so probably looking at a few more games left for everybody. And Sodium already strong on 18. His 19 play has gotten better as the day's gone on. So we'll see if he can turn that into some success and get on the board with a 1.3. If he wants to move up the ladder and get a higher seed, Sodium's going to need not just a 1.3. He's either going to need two 1.3s or he's going to need a 1.3, and then he would have to follow that up with at least a 1.229 to get a higher kicker than K-Poke. All right. Ronnie Hurd asking, Meme is going to be playing, but as far as her, not in the schedule of online qualifiers. So she may be doing it in person, but Meme will be at MinnieD. All right, Sodium going to take a flat burn. Board's a little high up. We'll see if he can get out of this. We'll stick with Sodium for a moment as he's doing some high-flying acrobatics here near the top of the board on 18. Going to try and get some flat burns here. Still not out of danger quite yet. He's so close to getting this well open. Let's see if it can happen here. Oh, he hangs the T-piece and tops out. But Ed Coster asking about the qualifier schedule. Let me pull it up here. And I will let you know what times qualifiers are next week. Yes, it's next week. Less than a week from today, you're going to be seeing the in-person qualifiers. A week from now, we're going to be in the thick of the bracket for the open division. But your qualifiers, and these are in toast time, which is local Minnesota time. We have 3 sessions Friday night, and these can be utilized for both open and DAS qualifiers. We have a session at 4:30 p.m. We have a session at 5:45 p.m. and we have a session at 7 p.m. There is also a Saturday morning session at 10:30 a.m. for qualifiers. And we will have a DAS-only qualifying session at noon on Saturday, specifically for players who just want to do the DAS division. Okay, and on to a new game here. I'm going to top out. And by the way, 15 minutes remaining in your qualifier. We are 3/4 of the way done with session number 2 today. And as far as our online qualifiers, I am still on the hunt for one more person to get into this 3rd qualifier session. If there's one more person who is going to MinnieD and wants to qualify online, I can take you in the next session, or I could also take somebody on commentary and then I could qualify. I was planning to, but I have not been able to find a commentator. So either a commentator to take over for me or somebody to qualify in the third session to go along with Nino. That's what I'm looking for here between now and the remainder of qualifiers. Now, as far as who is in each one, kind of a wait. I'd say it's kind of a wait and see at the moment, as registration is still open and people are still getting themselves signed up and deciding what they're going to do for qualifiers. But there will be no shortage of stations. That I can assure you of. We are set to have, I want to say, 16 total consoles there for 2DCon. Right now, Miles into level 19, 556,000. He is attempting to get yet another 1.3. He's already got 3 of them with a 1.2 million kicker. Leaves Revan asking if the Dora or SpongeBob TVs will be there. I am uncertain on that. The CRTs we are getting will be coming from World 9, so it all depends on what they give us. And if they're the same ones we had at SGDQ, I don't think we'll get the Dora or SpongeBob, but we did have a Donald Duck TV. And the Donald Duck TV, I remember adjusting the volume on there, and the volume display, the little volume bars, they weren't bars, they were Donald Duck footprints. But like I said, it all depends on what World 9 is able to bring up for us. But with respect to the games at hand here, Miles 686,000 on level 23. So at this point, maybe just looking at a max out into kill screen. But you know he's going to do everything he can to bump up that efficiency and go in with a little more than that so that he doesn't have to do quite as much work on kill screen speeds. Meanwhile, Sodium's at 342,077 lines in. Looking good once again on the 18 speeds. Okay, Acoster asking what the cutoff is for gold bracket. So I'm speculating based on who I expect to be there. But I think you're going to need a max out to make gold. I don't think you're necessarily going to need a 1.3 to make gold, but I believe if you're looking to get gold bracket, I'd say you probably need at least a max out. So yeah, that informal dividing line, we're basically looking at your max outers in gold and your max outers in silver. And yeah, as far as bracket size, I am looking at, and there's some flexibility based on the skill level and people signing up. We'll make final decisions, but as of right now, we're doing 16, 16, 16. So top 16 in gold, the next 16 in silver, and then bronze for more of the casual players, the ones that aren't at the competitive level, and they're the ones that are maybe they don't even have 100K to their name, but they still want to play. So 3 brackets on tap for this tournament, assuming that we have enough people there. And we are now under 10 minutes. In fact, just over 9 minutes remaining in our session. Miles at B21. attempting to get another 1.3 million here, as he's now at B66. So probably just over 4 Tetrises remaining for Miles to get another one on the board, and then maybe try and go for even more, as he's still got about 8 minutes remaining. Yeah, no, we do have a lot of good players on the on the docket to show up, but I don't think we have enough to where not getting a 1.3 will keep you out of gold. As of right now, oh, Miles tops out with a 1.2 million. I'm gonna put those qual scores on the board here as Sodium. Oh my goodness, gets the spin tuck in there. That might have been a game-saving spin tuck there for Sodium. And now can work to get that well open. One burn away. There he is. So little intense moment there on the right side of the screen. Sodium's going to get a Tetris now at 673,000. But let's pop those qual scores up really quick. Right now, Rhubarb is sitting at the 2 seed as he's got the tiebreaker on kicker score over Wallband and K-Poke. Sodium looking to get a 1.3 on the board. It would be his first. But with the amount of time left, in all likelihood, probably the last one for Miles, unless he decides to restart or ends up topping up before time is expired. But Sodium on the hunt for the elusive D on the screen, trying to get 1.3 million. Is over halfway there at 766,000, but this is going to require kill screen play in order to make that happen. Oh, and Sodium tops out at 922,000. So this probably going to be the last one for Sodium. So one more opportunity to pull out a 1.3. And the Sodium fans coming out. We already had Lucy trying to make some magic happen. Now Wallband imploring Sodium to get that 1.3. Oh, a nice tuck from Sodium, but man, hung the long bar, and oh, that's going to be it. So yeah, it's going to try once again. Under 5 minutes remaining in this second qualifying session. Miles 353,000, 74 lines in. Currently sitting as the 1 seed in the gold bracket for qualifiers. So, at a minimum, our third session will feature Nino, who has kind of been hanging out in the chat for most of the day. He's probably warming up and getting ready. I'd love, again, either for one more person to join him or one more person to pass the baton to for the microphone so that I can join him. I'm sure Nino would love some company in that third qualifying session. Maybe you'd like to be the one to join him. Because... oh, plus having a small panic attack, you'll be fine. Yeah, qualifiers can be a bit nerve-wracking, especially if it's your first one, which I think for you it might be. But hey, you'll be fine. I do remember my first it wasn't my first qualifiers, my first in-person one at CTWC last year. That was an experience. I was probably feeling a lot of what Nino is going through right now internally. Right now, Miles 728K into level 20. And he's on track to make this happen. So now 808 for Miles on level 21, no less. And we are down to our final minute. 1 minute remaining in this second qualifying session. So unless something wild happens and there's a quick top out, this is going to be it for both Miles and Sodium. By the way, Miles looking at about a 1.3 into kill screen if he can keep this up. And you know he'd love to, because, hey, if he does that, then he doesn't have to do any playing on 29. He'll just get his fourth 1.3 and call it a day. All right, Miles with the max out here, A73 on level 26. He's gonna get the dirty left well triple, and there we go, B15. Sodium, in your case, I'm gonna say no because you haven't had qual mode on. But this is your last game. All right. Oh, this is a rough board for Miles on the kill screen. We'd love a long bar right here, right now, and he's not getting it. He's going to top out with a B98. So Miles, qualifying session is done. He got 3 Ds on the screen. His kicker is a 1.272 million, setting the bar pretty high for some of our later qualifiers in Meme, Huff, and everybody else. So thank you for playing, Miles. We will see you next week at MinnieD. And we're gonna dim the lights and let Sodium finish out this remaining game. So yeah, as I recall, buzzer beater in play here. Did get that last game in just in time, but not getting another one after that. This is it. The 1.3 has eluded Sodium all session. And right now the long bar is eluding him. Oh, it shows up, but he's just going to be able to use it to burn a single. And oh no, he bangs the long bar and tops out. So let's take a look at these qualifying scores. I'm going to move it over here. So we got Sodium on the screen. We'll put it on the left for now. Miles is your 1 seed right now. 3 Ds, 1.27 kicker, Rhubarb, Wallbant, and K-Poke round out your top 4. Sodium sitting in 5th, just missing out on the 1.3. And then Mathwis qualified with a 790,000. So that's going to be a wrap for this one. We're going to take a little ad break here on Twitch, and we'll be back with qualifying session number 3. So see you all in a little bit. Wait. So going to call a little bit of an audible here. If I don't find either a commentator or someone to qualify, what I'm going to do an unofficial qualifier. I'm going to be a mad lad, and I will play and commentate, or at least try my best to do so. I suppose it's fitting that with Mathwiz being here, somebody decides to play and commentate. So I'm not going to count this as my official qualifier just because I'm doing 2 things at once, but I don't want Nino to be the only one on the screen qualifying. So I'll give it a few minutes. But if not, then we just go with what we have. That's all right, Luis. I'm getting myself set up here. I'm going to do a mock qual and I'm going to commentate at the same time. So this one won't officially count for me, but at least you'll have another person on the screen. So I need just a few minutes to get myself set up here and onto the stream. Oh, shoot, we're not supposed to start until 3 anyway, so I have even more time than I thought I did. All right, it's looking like we're just about ready to get going here. Got a couple minutes left until 3 o'clock. But why don't we go ahead and let you know what's up here? This is MinnieD on the screen, Open Division Qualifiers. Hope y'all can hear me okay. I had to move over to my console. And the mic should still be reasonably close so that you can hear me. But just a reminder of what is up with our session. Qualifiers get 1 hour to play. And just a reminder for Nino, make sure you put on qual mode before you start. You don't have to do it right this instant, but before we get the timer going, just make sure you're on qual mode before we start. You can choose any level from 0 to 19. Yes, you can do 19 starts if you so desire. Your goal is to get the D on the screen, that 1.3 million score. You get a point every time that happens. Your tiebreaker is your kicker score. That is your next highest non-1.3 million score. If you don't get one, your tiebreaker or your kicker score will just be your flat high score. Okay, I'm coming in echoey. Let me see what I can do about that. Maybe if I lower the mic a bit, let's do a little adjusting here on the fly. All right, if I do a little something like this and just plop it right on top of me, hopefully that's better. Okay. But no, it shouldn't be any other audio interfering with it. But anyway, buzzer beater rule is in play. If you get the game started before the timer hits 0, players, you will be allowed to finish. And I guess that does technically include me. So let's go ahead and bring it on over to the match screen. Or not necessarily the match screen, but the qualifier screen. How about that? There you go. Yes, I am right here. I'm going to hide myself for a little bit. But what you've got there are the current qualifiers. Miles had a great session just now. And we have Rhubarb right behind, as well as Wallbat and K-Poke. They have all obtained a D on the screen. And then you have Sodium, who just missed it, and MathWiz with the 790,000. You've got Nino. You've got me. Again, I'm doing I'm going to call this a mock qualifier because I'm playing and I'm also commentating. But, you know, if I get a max out, maybe I'll change my mind. Actually, if I get a max out, maybe I won't change my mind because that means I'm going to be in gold bracket instead of silver. Now, let me flip qualifier mode on my end. All right. And Nino, if you need any more warm-up, I can give you a warm-up game. But if not, and you're ready, we can go ahead and get started. Oh, all right. So yeah, once you're good with your warm-ups, Nino, go ahead and bring yourself to the... Actually, no, wait for the ad. Mr. Brain predicting 4 1.3s for me. Is that combined across all of my games? Are you predicting I'll get a 5.2 million across all my games as qualifier? I mean, that's not entirely unrealistic, I guess. I mean, if I do 8 games and average like a 700K across them, I mean, it'd be a great qualifier for me, but I guess that'd be feasible. But considering I am looking at a 892K PB, I would say not entirely likely, especially if I'm also trying to do double duty with commentary, reading the chat as best I can. So, one thing I will say is, since I'm going to be playing as well, if you notice Nino top out, if you can put Nino's scores in the chat, and then I can update the qualifiers when I'm waiting for the game to reload. All right, Mr. Brain says I am on it, but those are your qual scores right there. We're going to turn them off, and whenever you're ready, Nino, we'll get started. Mr. Brain, I would say just put every score in, so in case there are multiple games that go on, or I'd say just keep track of, yeah, you got it, 1.3s and kickers. Okay. Nino is ready. I am ready. Everybody is ready. So let's go ahead and count this down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And the timer is up, and we are off. Although I realized I was starting on level 9, which is not what I wanted. I'm having a great start to my qualifier already, or my mock qualifier, but here we go. So Nino, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Nino is a roller, has a 1.1 million PB. So this could be a good session for Nino. Maybe looking to make gold bracket with a max out. And then there's Toast. 892,000 is the PB. We'll see if any magic happens here, as I have been choking max out paces left and right as of late. I have had numerous games where I've gone into level 23 with over a 700k, and I proceed to immediately choke. The biggest pain was the game where I had an 860,000 into level 27 and proceeded to top out. Yeah, that one was the definition of pain. And Wallbant saying good luck to both. This is not my actual qual, because I am doing the math whiz strats of doing commentary and playing, so trying to yap at y'all while I am simultaneously playing, and as you can see, it's going very well. As I am now long bar dependent, now not anymore. But I'm on pace for about a 450k into 19, which is not bad, but I can do better. Meanwhile, Nino is on a similar trajectory, 158,000 at 49 lines. So I guess if this were a game between the two of us, you could maybe say we're about neck and neck. And I think I'm getting droughted here. Oh, there is the long bar. I think that's Luis saying they were on the phone with someone and got a new PB without even noticing. I mean, if that happens, I'll gladly take it, but I don't see it happening as I'm currently on pace for a transition in the mid 400,000s. Nino at 204,070 lines in. But the one thing I can say about my game in particular is I feel as of the past week or two, my 18 play has gotten a lot better. I've set 2 new level 19 transition PBs. I got a 610 and then a 624. So we'll see if I can have some similar success today, even while yapping. And for those of you that watch my stream on the regular, you know that I do not talk on 19. So once I get there, it might be a little silent. So you'll have to, it might be BYO commentary or just imagine me saying stuff. And Mr. Brain letting us know Nino is playing DAS. I thought I had it in my head that Nino was a roller, but I could be very wrong on that. Well, this is open qualifier, so this qualifier will go to the open division. Desk qualifier session will be held tomorrow. Right now, Nino at 417,000. I just pulled up a 433, so I might be able to get a 500K out of this if all goes well. Oh, I don't believe it. I got that long bar over somehow. I lost gas for a moment. Got a little tense there at the end. But here we go, 507 into 19. I'm probably not going to be talking too much until I top out. Oh, and it looks like Nino topped out. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Oh, and I think I'm not too far behind unless I can get something over. Oh! All right. So I'm going to update Nino's score on the tracker. I'll put mine in just for funsies so we have a reference. All right, so we take a look at the qualifier scores right now. So right now, I am just below Mathwiz, and Nino is just below me. But again, this is a mock qualifier for me because I'm playing and commentating at the same time. And catching up on chat a little bit, it looks like it was mentioned that Nino was mostly doing left wall. I don't know if that's by design or by necessity, just based on how the board was going. But we got a little over 50 minutes left here. So right now, Nino looking to pass up Mathwiz in that 790,000. That's kind of what he's gunning for. Obviously would love a max out as well, but first things first, that's 790K. And for me personally, I would say my goal in qualifiers is to get a 600K. So mission accomplished already, but I'm kind of gunning for a 700K. And getting a 700K is kind of the what I want. My best qualifier ever was at SGDQ, where I had, I think, a 731,000. But lately, I've had almost nothing but good qualifiers. I had a 681 at CTWC. I had that 731 at SGDQ. I had, let's see, I had a 725 at Jonas Cup last year. And then for the Submax Out Cup, I qualified with a 728K, I believe it was. So we'll see. But right now, Nino looking pretty good. 127K at 35 lines. Looking to nab a transition in the mid 400s with a score like that, based on what he's put forth so far. And I am looking to recover from that Z burst. Oh my goodness. No, we are not going for the dirty Tetris. We are going to burn this out. Nino's sitting at 204,000. Looks like 57 lines, and so nearing the halfway point to level 19. And I am doing the same, although not looking nearly as slick as Nino is. 200,000 for me, so I'm still on track for a 400K. Nino looking a little better than that. Unfortunately, this dig is going a lot longer than I expected. But I think we're just about in the clear. There we go. Well is open. Oh no, Nino's topped out at 258,000. So not a new kicker, but he'll be able to go back and get some more game in. So yeah, based on what Chad is saying, because I am obviously not keeping too much of an eye on the other game as I have my own to watch. Sounds like Nino is left welling, which is kind of unusual for NES Tetris. As we know, the bias of the long bar sends it to the right, so typically you see players set up for the right well, just because that's the more efficient way to set things up. Yeah, in essence, we are just playing. This is a qualifier, so trying to go for high scores, but this is not a competitive match. And I am in this. Oh my goodness, this is the endless dig right here. It has basically burned up most of my 18. But we'll try and get things sorted out here in time for the transition. It's 5 lines away. And you know what? No, we're not going to risk it. This board has already been mean enough to me. Here we go into level 19, 334. This is definitely one of the transitions of all time. I guess the dig continues into 19. Oh man, what a day. And it's going to be sad kill screen noises if I have to take this dig all the way to 29. Hey, there we go. There's a Tetris. We'll take it. Okay. Oh, oh, Nino must just moved his cam. I can fix that, but hey, kill screen for me. I'll take it. Saddest, no, actually not my saddest kill screen ever. But let me fix Nino's camera here. There we go. Now we're in business. But as far as time goes, we have just over 40 minutes remaining in this session. Nino with a kicker score of 651, and I've got a kicker of 678. Well, as far as my score, Mr. Brain, since I don't have a 1.3, that's going to yeah, that's not going to be my kicker. But here we go. I'm going to keep this going. Yeah, that was about what? Little under 300K post transition, or maybe right around there. But let's keep this going. Oh, and we got an ad break for Nino. So I guess you're all stuck watching me on 18 speeds. Now, I see the comment about a Twitch sub. I don't think it would make a difference in this case. But it is kind of an argument for what you could say might be the future of restreaming Tetris games, is to do so on Video Ninja. I've been pretty much exclusively doing my streams on my personal one on Video Ninja, and it's great. You get no stream lag, so there's no delay when games start. Okay, that's a little tough. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, you get no stream delay. It's all instantaneous. You don't have to worry about having an alt account to avoid the ads. You don't have to worry about turning off the ads or anything like that. Yes, you do. You do hear video.ninja, aka Ninja Cam. Okay, and I'm on about a 510K transition pace right now. I'm going to take a look at Nino, 106,000 at 31 lines. So not too bad of a start for him. But considering the PB he's got, you know Nino is looking for more. And yeah, I'm putting this down as a practice qual. I didn't want Nino to have to qualify alone, and I couldn't get someone to take the mic over for me. So I just said, you know what? I'll do both. And for those of you coming in new, of course, if you've been on my stream, you know my rule. I don't commentate on 19. Or at least, I don't read chat on 19, so similar will happen here once I get there. Wait, Mr. Brain did commentary for the Scrabble World Championships? Oh wow, that's pretty awesome. But Mr. Brain also throwing in a thing, you know your old when, and did commentary by Skype, which I don't even think is a thing anymore. Or if it is, it's very much on life support. All right, Nino, 318K. Having a good game over there. 341K at 98 lines. So Nino maybe looking at a 500,000 transition, which would bode well for his ability to surpass MathWiz, and I guess also surpass my score on top of it. Right. Well, looks like we might be setting up for the column 4 Tetris. And, oh, gonna get the column 4 Tetris. I think we're just gonna burn into 19. I think. Yeah, we're gonna do it. 426K into 19. Nino 380,000 at 118 lines. Looks like maybe had to do a little bit of board cleanup there because he was on a good track earlier. Uh-oh, and I am currently not on a good track, but let's see if I can get out of this. Oh, I'm not going to get out of this. That might be, yep, that's GG. All right. When I self-commentate, I don't do it all that often, so it's kind of a go as I go sort of thing. But hey, let's take a look at Nino for a little bit as I go through the qual mode screen. 432 at 149 lines. He's got, oh, this is a little bit of a rough board here, but we'll see if Nino can dig out of this. And, oh, I think he had thoughts of going for a dirty center well Tetris, kind of punted on that plan, but he's getting this board brought down. 444K at 160 lines. It's going to take some work to add a new kicker score as time is running up, but it is still possible. So we'll see what Nino can do as I get my next game started. But things are looking a little better. Oh, we're gonna undo that. The moment I take a look at Nino's board, he's getting things cleaned up. That's when I decide to double flip a piece. How about that? But sitting at 465,000, still has some work to do. But he needs 651. It's still doable before the kill screen. I don't know what playability Nino has into 29, but we may end up finding out. Oh, that hang of the long bar is going to prove to be fatal. Tops out at 476K. And in case you're wondering, that is my third long bar that I just got. I have 11 S pieces and 3 long bars. Mr. Brain saying, I think I jinxed it. I don't know. Can we call that a commentator's curse? Because, I mean, you're not on the microphone, but you did say something. Ninja asking, yes, there will be in-person qualifiers as well. But we do have some players that have opted to pre-qualify online. And this is our last online session for the Open Division, but if you're competing in the DAS Division, you can still get in tomorrow. The DAS Division qualifiers will be tomorrow. No, actually, live calls are just for whoever can't do it online. Because we, got that over. We actually had Miles and Sodium on the last session. You missed that. But I also know you were doing your own event, so that might have made it a little bit difficult. Ooh, that's rough. That was not a good seed. But we are at the halfway point. So under 30 minutes now remaining. You know, 182,055 lines in. Going to look to make something happen here and improve on that score again. 651,000 is his kicker score. So, in essence, a 660 is what he would like to get, although I think he'd like to get more than that. But speaking of signing up for those qualifiers, if you want to get in on the DAS qualifiers tomorrow, you have to do a couple of things. And I think after this game, I'll put them in the chats for you all. You need to register on start.gg so that we have you in for the tournament. And then you need to pick the time that you're going to do your thing. We have 3 time slots available tomorrow. We have 12 o'clock toast time, which is 5 p.m. UTC. We also have 1:30, so 6:30 UTC. And then we have 3 p.m., which is 8 o'clock UTC. So you can still get in on the online qualifier action for DAS tomorrow. Admittedly, this is kind of a struggle start for me. It's been a rough go, but the well is open. We'll see what happens. Nino that's a good score. 417,000 at 104 lines, trying to get that 500K transition, which would make life a lot easier in his hunt to improve his kicker score. Yeah, that qual sheet isn't the one that I'm using. I had to whip one together specifically for the online qual, so I'll put it up when I get a moment. Yeah. Oh, and Nino goes into 560,000. That's a very solid transition for him. And let's see what more he can do as he's trying to beat 651,000. Ninja says it's all Wing Fryer's fault. In Wing Fryer's defense, I didn't give him anything for this because they also had CTWC Vietnam going on. But I think one more Tetris will give Nino what he needs. If he can get it, board's a little rough. Can Nino survive this? That is the big question right now. He's going to have to show some good digging, and he's still in at 652, so he's got a new kicker at least. But he's going to try and add even more onto this effort that he is putting forth. All right, he's at 658,000, gets the Tetris 687K for Nino, still fighting the board. RNG is not kind to him, but that's going to do it. A new kicker, 687,000 for Nino. GG's. Ninja asking about qual format. No, this is not the CTWC/Wars point system. The tournament is MinnieD on the screen. So what we have here is instead of max outs, you're going for 1.3s. You want to quite literally get D on the screen, as in a 1.3 million score. And, ooh, that's dangerous for me. Good thing this is a practice qualifier. So players get a point for every 1.3 they get, and then their kicker score. Yes. And I have a feeling I'm going to be topping out very soon as I'm going into 19 with, how do we call this? A very bad looking board. That's going to do it. Yeah. Okay. So let's put some qual scores up here, let you see how things are going. And I've got to update Nino's kicker, so let's put that in. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do at all. I need it right here. So there we go. Nino's going to move on up. But still needs about 100,000 to pass Math Whiz. Ninja, I don't think an 8 high quick tap on 19 is possible with DAS. So no, I have not done that. Oh, and I'm gonna pause real quick. I realize I left the qual board on. Yeah. So yeah, that's who we have through qualifier so far. An 8 high quick tap with DAS is possible? Okay. I will say I've never seen it. I didn't think it was with the frame rate. Or are they doing it with Mungio DAS? Okay, so Ninja saying 8 high is frame perfect. That's probably why I've never seen it. It's very rare. I was under the impression that you could make it happen just with the speed of the game. At least not with DAS. Oh, and Ninja saying I should ask Kingsman if he's ever gotten a 8 high quick tap. I would say If he has, it's probably unrecorded. But as we all know, that's not true about his max out. Kingsman did get one on Thursday night on the race to 1.4. Got a 1.018 million and shut up all the haters and doubters. I'm pretty sure after he was done and he popped off, Wilson was in shambles. He may never recover from this. Mr. Brain saying, I never hated or doubted. He's like that Simpsons episode. He's like, I was saying Boo Earns. But we are now under 20 minutes in this final qualifying session. Nino with that 680K, but now maybe thinking about what can he do to pass up on MathWiz. And yeah, Nino 643 on level 20. This is indeed a solid effort out of Nino. So MathWiz might be in danger with how this one is looking. But to pass up MathWiz, Nino's probably going to need an 800K score. But first and foremost, he's going to need to get this board brought down, but that hang of the Z piece might spell the end of it. And 681,991. I know that's close to his previous kicker. I don't know if it's enough to surpass it. I will have to look when I am not in the throes of my own Tetris game. Okay, I'm hearing didn't pass the kicker, but it was dang close. It was dang close. Nope, and we have another ad break. That's going to do it for me. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'm going to take a little break. If you are thinking about signing up for MinnieD, we've got a couple of things that you need to do. First off, get yourself signed up for 2DCon. I'm going to put that in both of the chats here. So first and foremost, make sure you're signed up for 2DCon. Then go on over to start.gg. There's your sign up for the open division. and you're signed up for the DAS division. You can still qualify online for the DAS division tomorrow. By the way, if you do that, you save $10 on your registration. So make sure you go ahead and check all of those out. But we are 3/4 of the way through this qualifying session. 15 minutes left on the clock. And yeah, we're going to try again on that one. That was not a good start. Nino looking good once again. 357,091 lines in, so he's going to try and vie for that kicker score once more. Meanwhile, I am also going to try and beat that kicker score, but not off to the best of starts on my end. And, 474 at 114 lines. He's gotten better as the day has gone on, it seems. Maybe getting used to having the qualifier going, getting a little more comfortable on stream. And could be looking at some good things coming if he's able to keep this up into level 19 and beyond. He's already got the 500K transition. Let's see how much more he can add on to. He's got one more Tetris remaining. And he goes in at 531,000. A great transition for Nino. Let's see how much more he can put in. This board is low. It is clean. Unlike my board, which I am going to top out on. Trying to pay attention to this game from Nino, which is looking really good, and it's making my own game suffer. Good thing this is a practice qualifier. 548K sets up the long bar dependency, takes a couple of burns. It's at 550,000. 700K is very reachable at this point, especially when you get a Tetris like that. 577 on level 21. These are the Ecto Cooler colors that you're seeing right here. He's at 583, set up once again for a Tetris. He gets the long bar. There's another one. 610K into level 22 is Nino. He's got himself ready. Gets another long bar Tetris for Nino. Only a couple away from improving this kicker score. Again, he's looking for 688,000. He's going to take the burns, play it safe. If all he was concerned about was getting the kicker, he knows he can burn into kill screen. And okay, a little bit of a rough setup here. How will Nino get out of this? Gets the long bar over. And this is aggressive. He's going to go for the long bar burn. And oh no, oh, he knew it. He knew it. That was it for him, 675,000. But I believe that's Nino's third game of at least 675K in this qualifier. Yep, and we got a little bit of camera freeze there. I'll let Nino take care of that. Or, maybe not. Oh no, the crash out freezes the camera. You hate to see it. Obviously, the gameplay is still going, but the camera will need a little TLC after this one. Yeah, I mean, I could try and refresh the stream, but it's not going to do anything because his gameplay is still coming through very fine. So we get frozen Nino cam for the time being. But under 10 minutes left, maybe a couple more games remaining, depending on how they go. But we are hitting the home stretch of this qualifier. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Brain. I don't see it as being a stream issue. I think it's just a matter of reactivating the camera. Oh, looks like he's tinkering with the camera. Oh, he's saying the capture for the camera is just it's not in good shape. So it is what it is. But it's going to allow me to get a game in here and yap at you all for a little bit of time as we are in the waning moments. Okay, you know what? Just go ahead and finish out your qual, Nino. If it's going to take you that long to fix, go ahead and finish it out. I know it's you over there. So if it's going to take you a long time to fix, just go ahead and finish out your qual. That's all right. It's just very, very dark in Nino's room. Right now, oh, okay. In the whole midst of this, I didn't realize that I was on pace. So this right here is about a 620,000 transition pace for me. So we might be on a little bit of PB watch here. My best ever transition is a 624K. So we'll see if I can maintain this. Ninja saying no reading chat. Oops, I just read chat. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a wave of S flats to deal with here. But I think we're going to resolve it. But no, this is a good game. And by the way, 6 minutes left in the qualifier. So we are hitting the final moments of our open division qual session. 450 for me as we're nearing the turn. And guess what, folks? It's a drought. Oh, thank goodness. All right, we'll see if we can pull this out, but naturally I'm getting terrible pieces right now. How about that? No good game goes unpunished. And just when you thought that I was going to get freed up, no, we got to put some weight on the well. Okay, I am hearing there's a raid. I can't see it because I'm looking at the Restreamio chat. But welcome, Raiders. We're in the tail stretch of MinnieD qualifiers, and I'm just into 19, so this is lock-in time for me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, you all know by now, I am good at choking. Oh, my goodness. Choking max out paces, choking PBs, it's what I do. By the way, there's less than a minute remaining, so keep an eye on that timer. I gotta believe this is the last game for Nino. I'm gonna start one more right as time expires. Okay, so I know I should do level 9 starts, but I think I'm gonna go with the 18. I've got about 20 seconds left on the timer here. And Nino's looking good. 540K, maybe a 550K transition if you can pull it out. But we're going to count down this timer. I'm not going to do a refresh because I got to get my last game started in 3, 2, 1. And time is up. This is your last game. So, Nino, once you top out, that is GG's. And I guess we'll see if I can beat my 815K qual score. Okay, this microphone cord is not, or this headphone cord is not going to be distracting at all. I can already see it. Oh no! I thought that was gonna burn too. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! That's gonna do it for me. Okay. Well, hey. Say it with me, folks. At least for me, best qualifier ever, right there. Oh, Barrel Franzo's making dinner. Okay, food chat is here. This is what we're there for. What are you making for dinner? But that's going to do it for me. But we're going to finish by watching this game from Nino and commentating the rest of this qualifier. Let me move so I can get in focus here. Oh, you're the raider. Okay, let me see here. So, let me... Yeah, Barrel Franzo with a party of 23 catching up on that raid. Oh, pasta. Hey, we love that. That is a very Carbtel-friendly choice. I approve. But I also approve of this game from Nino. 450K at 127 lines. About to hit 19. Goes in at 474,000. So let's hang here with this. Let's see if Nino can improve on that kicker and try and catch up to me and MathWiz. And might be having some latency issues, but hang with us here as Nino finishes out this qualifier. 515,000. To reach 800,000, it's going to take some aggression on level 19. But as far as his kicker score itself, that number is 687,000. So at a minimum, he's looking at 688. And that is doable before the kill screen. Might need a few Tetrises to make it happen, but definitely feasible given where he's at right now and what his score is, 553,000 into level 22. Oh no, oh no. Pieces are falling in places they aren't supposed to go. He gets the burn, keeps the board alive. Is he going to get it? He gets the Tetris. But let's see what he can do to resolve this board and get it into a good state. That's going to do it for Nino. A little bit of heroics at the end, but it's not enough. He tops out at 596,000, and that puts his kicker at 687K. So let's get those qual scores on the board once again. And take a look here. So after our first round of qualifiers today, Miles with 3 Ds on the screen. He is currently your 1 seed. Rhubarb, Wallbat, and K-Poke are 2, 3, and 4. They both each put 1 on the board. Their tiebreaker is their kicker. Sodium just missed out with that 1.2 million. How in the heck did I put up an 815,000? That is going to be the story of the day right there. And MathWiz with a 790K, Nino with a 687,000, and Nino inside he's telling himself he could do better, but he is feeling a little frustrated just knowing that he could do better. But thank you all for coming out here. Our qualifiers for Open Division are done, at least for the online portion. But as I get myself reset up here, we're gonna find somebody to raid. Give me just a moment. Oh, wait. Meme is going live? Okay, Meme. Let me know when you're live, and we will send everyone over to you. But thank you all for coming out. As I mentioned, the DAS qualifiers are going to be on tomorrow. And they'll be at the same times, 12 o'clock, 1:30, and 3 o'clock toast time. Those will be your qualifying sessions. And we will have some DAS qualifying. So get yourself signed up for MinnieD if you want to take part in that tomorrow. And if you can't make it, you can still be there in person. All of the links are in the chat. It's going to be awesome. 2DCon is fantastic. We're trying to make this the bestest tournament ever. And like I said, once Meme is live, we're going to go ahead and raid Meme for those of you on Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, thank you for coming. Shout outs to Mr. Brain, by the way, the real MVP, taking care of tracking scores and keeping me abreast of what's happening with Nino while I was playing myself. So thank you very much to Mr. Brain. And also shout outs for those helping out with MinnieD. Shout outs to the MinnieD staff, which includes Meme, Rhubarb, Wallbant, MathWiz, and all the others behind the scenes. Shout outs to Yeehaw and World9 for making sure we are fully equipped for everything with CRTs, consoles, and Tetris Gym cartridges. And to the social crew on Tetris helping out, whether it's Game Scout, Kofi, and I guess I'd throw Meme in that mix as well. All of them helping make things happen. By the way, if you check out the new video on Classic Tetris, there is a MinnieD promo at the end of that, so check out Meme as she goes over her match against Blue Scooty at CTWC, and then stick around for the MinnieD promo. It's pretty fire. And of course, check out everything going on with Classic Tetris. Tomorrow we have, early on, I believe we have CTWC Vietnam. I have to double check on that, but I think they are playing tomorrow as well. Then we're going to have DAS qualifiers here. And so much more. But I'll tell you what, I'll give Meme a few more minutes. If Meme's live, we'll go to Meme. Backup plan, in case Meme's having troubles getting online, is that Battle Royale 7 is happening right now on Tetris Wars. So one way or another, you're going to get some things here. Okay, I'll give you a couple minutes, Meme. I'll keep yapping to the masses here. But as mentioned, what you saw here is not the whole roster for MinnieD. Just to give you an idea of who is on the docket to show up, let me pull up my list. And then I can tell you, and you can be like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of big names. So, as I mentioned, we have Meme, we have Huff. Batfoy is going to be there as well. Dangler is coming. Miles, you saw him in qualifiers. Ben Mullen is going to be there. Who else? Let's see. Rhubarb, Wallbant, Sodium Overdose, you saw in qualifiers. Shadow Knight is coming. At Coster, a lot of really good local players on the scene. I mean, you can't forget about Blingus. P.S. Daniel's going to be there. Arthur's going to be there. Lots of good Minnesota players. I think we might have multiple Avas there. We've got Ava with Padless coming, but there's also a local Ava that I believe is making the trip down to MinnieD. So more Avas than you know what to do with. And with Ava being there, that means Opox is going to be there too. Nino, who you just saw, is going to show up. And in addition to that, Mathwiz, you saw earlier, Lucy's going to be there. Ramations is coming as well. It's going to be good to see Ramations. But so many names on the list, so many cool people coming out. You should come out too, but if you can't, I understand. Come on out and watch. Well, YouTube's not going to be rating, but for those of you that are on Twitch, we're waiting for Meme to go live so I can raid her. But for you, as far as YouTube is concerned, we're pretty much done. But yeah, once Meme is live, we're going to raid her on Twitch and then shut the stream down for the day. So if you want to check her out, Meme of all time on Twitch. I don't know if it's going to be Tetris. I don't know if... Oh, I think it's going to be Tetris. So, Meme is indeed live. I see it myself. We're going to raid Meme. So, let me put that in. And we'll see you all over there. For everybody on YouTube, thank you all for coming out. DAS qualifiers tomorrow. CTWC Vietnam as well. So, thank you all so much. We will catch you at the next one.